Hello. Today we're going to probably be doing, well, I want to go back to Spiffos so that we can start working on our way downwards towards Dixie. I'm expecting some resistance though because of the house alarm that went off just north of the McCoy Estates. But we're gonna bring a pickaxe with us. I may bring that sledgehammer as well, just so that we can knock out the wall of the bathroom and make it a little bit bigger of a room. And then we can have that as a bedroom. We'll see. Anyways, that's my plan for today. Today is Wednesday, isn't it? Yeah, Wednesday. It's Wednesday. Oops. Same song. Yeah, sure. Bubble bubble. Why not? You really like the purple one? I decided that I'm gonna do jackets weekly probably. So at least that's what I'm planning for right now. So we'll do the purple one for a little while and then we'll switch and then, so for right now, at least until Sunday, and then do purple. But it is true. I do really like the purple one. It was really funny though. I like the purple one. What purple one? I was like, you got from my perspective, it would have been really cool to see your facial reaction when I said that. One second, I'm gonna grab a hair clip while this is loading. Sorry. Right, black is 1.5. Yeah, I figured I'd do a little bit of a gray for the purple though, just because it seemed like it fits. So I was like, I'm gonna put it on this. And then the full one is for the other jacket, right? But yeah. If you do more colors are always are welcomed. I like more colors. Yeah, it looks nice. It really was a surprise, right? So I was like, wow, purple. Yes, very much. Surprise. Okay, so Can I carry this, or is it too heavy? It's too heavy. How's our weight? 78. Going up. Still, it's only 78. Yeah, totally on purpose. Yeah. It was the reaction of it though from my perspective was the best. It was like I like the purple one and I got a big old question mark. It was like, "What? Purple one? There was no purple one." It was great. Really wish I could have seen your facial reaction in that. That would have been funny. Would have been like, "Hmm? Purple doesn't exist." Until you realize that when you add blue and red together, you get purple. Mixing colors is very interesting. Mix the colors, receive purple. Eesh, there's no fish anywhere. There's some over there. Where? Where was it? Ah, it's over there. Okay, good enough. I like this one, and I like the other jackets as well. They are very nice. We got my blue jacket back as well, which is big. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy your lurk. Because I liked my blue jacket. My blue jacket was nice. For a short while, I did not have it. So we'll be heading back to Dixie today. And then from Dixie, I'm going to start like really pushing downwards towards Muldra. At least that's the plan. How big are you? Another 100. Okay, so actually we'll add fish bait to you. Place you there. We'll cook this stuff up, and we'll do a working out session. And like the goal is to be in the 80s again. So because we dropped down to 73 on that little journey that we made, because we ended up on a soul searching journey yesterday, looking for a burlap sack, and we just could not find one. Like not even a little bit. I tried. We went all the way to the Echo Creek Garden store from here. Like, I searched in this entire area for a burlap sack and could not find one. Which, I didn't search in every possible location, but it is still a sizable amount of searching. Like, that's quite a bit. There is some stuff, like, for example, I suppose we could push towards Phallus and attempt to go to the Phallus Garden Store. We could go up to these locations here and try and get these under control, right? And look in there. This is where I found twine in the first run. So, um, in the Riverside run. So there could be a burlap sack in there. But yeah, for now, the plan is to gain weight. And then once we're done gaining weight, I'm going to start leaning towards McCoy, or not McCoy, going back to Crossroads. Oops, wrong thing. Oh, actually, that fits in there. With luck, we'll be able to get over to Dixie here in the near future. I also am gonna see if Emma will actually because I'm gonna write that down and message Emma about it later. Because I just remembered something that would be really, really useful. We were playing games this morning, like it's like early in the morning, and but both Emma and I were tired. It was probably I don't know. We were both cranky and tired. Mm. The game session wasn't particularly great, but it was okay. We did more bosses, and it was fun. But you know, we were both grumpies. It makes things less fun with when you're grumpy and you're tired, though. still. We're coming to nearly the end of the game, I think, right? We're almost done Act 3. We'll be starting Act 4, and I think Act 4 is like the last one, isn't it? For that game? Emma wants to move castles as well, and I'm not sure exactly how that's gonna go. I think the best way would be for Emma to make a brand new castle and then destroy her previous one. Like, start from scratch, making the second castle. You lose out on the blood heart, but I think, but I don't know. The castle move mechanics, really cool, sort of, but it has flaws for sure. And I figured out those flaws recently. Because I was trying to sync two castles up at the same time while I had some extra items that I wanted to sort of sort out. Oops. Doing sit-ups. My mistake. It's lunchtime. Eat. Hello. There we go. Which more do I need? I need about another, like two more weight units ought to do it. Is that Comic Sans? No, this is the text in you're talking about, like this text here. This is dyslexy. It's a dyslexic font that exists in build 42 under the accessibility options right here. I don't have dyslexia, but dyslexia is something that causes some people problems. So I've enabled all of these things to make it so that people don't have to feel like, you know, so I've turned on enable light sensitivity for the folks that don't like the lightning during the thunderstorms. Um, Enabled the dyslexic font, and then I also have the colorblind patterns for the map so that people can tell, even if, at a cursory glance, what a building is without having to rely on just the color alone. It's nice to have those options in games so that people can be included, even if you have the you know issues in certain regards with certain things. Whether it be you can't quite read things because your brain's flipping the letters around, or you can't see the colors quite so well. Like, it's nice to have those functions in games. Makes the experience better for everybody. Everybody's included. Everybody can play. Oh. Exactly, with people with epilepsy, and I know a handful of folks that have seizures. Now, anytime somebody says the word seizure, it's under a negative connotation of grand mal. It's not always a grand mal seizure. Sometimes a seizure can just be look like somebody looking off into space. They're actually having a seizure, but you wouldn't really be able to tell. Like it's so those kinds of things are possible, right? So it's nice to kind of have those options available so that folks that so that they can play too, because it's inclusive. We all should suffer the apocalypse together. It's like a united in our, and that's if you want to, right? Because Zomboid's a sandbox. You can turn off the zombies if you want and just have it be like a farm game if you really want to. They've added animals, and I'm sure that they're gonna add more other things too, right? Like maybe dogs, cats. Um, we'll see as time goes on. Mm. Yeah. Or is it really that much in there? Oh, there's only 3 hours. Oh, maybe because it would take it over its allotted amount. That's why. Okay. We're up to 80 now. Should be able to do a full suite of working out. Comic Sans gets a bad rap, but I know a lot of folks that make fun of that font. but it's like it's used in a lot of things because it's clear-ish, sort of, right? I kind of. At the end of the day, it's not the best font by any means. It's not my favorite font. My favorite font actually is one that's not that legible, to be honest. Um, it's like one of my favorite fonts is like a brush. It's one of the brush fonts. So, but I don't use that one very often anymore cuz it's not legible. And I kind of but I like it. I like it cuz it's kind of it's almost cursive, but then it looks like somebody painted it. And that's why I like that. Hey, Timotry. I don't know if I said it earlier, but grats Tom as well on getting the first. I don't think I said it, but I did say it in my brain. It was in my head. Things are going well. We're just weight gaining before we head back to Dixie. Rinse, repeat, weight gain. And then we'll head back to Dixie with this sledgehammer and this pickaxe, and well, it's not what I came here for, but and you know, and I came here to become a blacksmith, and we're leaving with metal tools, but not in the way that I thought we would be leaving with metal tools. So, with slight disappointment, because we're not a full-fledged blacksmith, not yet. We'll be heading back to Dixie, and I'm going to be using stone and wooden weapons to fight Dixie, at least until we get a sack. Which I'm going to try and lean into getting a sack eventually. The plan is going to be that we'll try and catch some rabbits and get them to eat the contents of one of the animal feed bags. Okay, this should be our last day of working out slash food that I need to press. Wow. Should be good until lunchtime. We need to go get a jacket as well. There's a fresh, brand new jacket in the lockers. Let's just go quickly grab that. Brand new. No, it doesn't fit. What about now? The beanie fit in there too? Nice. Yeah. I very much enjoy when I set up my tuber in Stoof. Because it's like I'm getting dressed in the morning. It's kind of nice. I get dressed and then I come to stream. That's why it's not on redeems, by the way. You guys can play with my accessories if you want, but I'm like I get to pick my clothes as far as I'm concerned. I get dressed in the morning. I don't need other folks to get me dressed yet. Not yet. One day maybe. We'll see. That depends on how old I am though. Maybe another few years. Yeah, I like to choose my own outfits. I don't know, I just but I do think that it's fair that you guys want to run around in the frog hat too. So, it's fine. Sit on the ground until we're rested. Continue our push-up cycles for a short while. Should be at like nearly 82. 82, 83. Thought you were getting a call. Yeah, Higgins is something else. He's managing to get through quite a lot. Can be proud of him, but I still wish we would have found those things that we were looking for yesterday. Okay. We'll fill up our water and then we'll go and get a... They make you giggle. There's a lot of different voices that you can get from that. He has a weird one. Usually I go Chris though. Um, but he's I don't know which one Higgins has currently, but it's a bit raspy almost and a bit nerdy, which is fine. I mean, it suits Higgins well that it be a bit nerdy. Anything else I want to bring with me? I'm gonna bring that extra whetstone. I'm tempted to bring the saw. So maybe we'll drop... Because I want the flint saw, for sure. How can I fit it? Oh, it weighs 1. This... And our current encumbrance is... Okay, so we got some space. I can bring it with me. I kind of want to bring the whetstone, too, if I can. Like the regular one. We do have cheesecloth as well, so we can definitely consider making seed stuff later. But right now, it's not a priority. Especially since my crop died. Like, all of it. We lost all the crops. Which sucks, but I mean, it is what it is, right? With this saw, we can turn logs into more weapons as well. So, it's not going to last forever, but that garden saw certainly helps. Probably can unequip our pants. Why are we so overheated? I guess it's because we're running everywhere. Oh, this is the return to Spiffos part. Return to Dixie. And then it's going to be basically nonstop fighting for a little while. Well, with breaks to go and get food and stuff. With luck, they'll drop that patch that gives us the ability to pick up debris, and then that way I can continue my building stuff that I want to do. Because
You're
currently I
amazing.
can't. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Do appreciate. But the yeah, I don't have the means at the moment. We'll double check the Spiffos itself. Mostly good. North side, decent. One of these. That was you. There's the sign over there. Okay, I was like, there's no zombies. Where are they? Found them. In-game arm's gonna be done here in a bit. A piece of the pie, please. That should be good enough. Okay, move back up for a moment. Get some rest. I should have brought the carrot seeds with me. Do we have enough for an amphora? Yes. I'm gonna need to make one, I guess. Or, well, Yeah, we're still gonna want one. Where do I want it? Probably over here somewhere, right? Should be able to make this into a shiv. I wonder which is more durable, the improvised screwdriver or the shiv. I'm gonna guess the shiv, but I don't actually know the answer. Probably should look it up. It has higher condition, but I'm gonna guess that the improvised screwdriver has better crit. Because it's a screwdriver. The screwdriver is generally a really high crit weapon. That's what I'd guess. Ooh, actually, do we have any seeds in this little bag over here? We have tomatoes, radishes. Yeah, let's give it a go. We'll wait until a rainy day. Which probably isn't going to happen. We probably should consider. But we're not in a good position in this place to farm. So it's fine. Later we'll be able in a better position. Yeah, it's times 10 to the times 5. Yeah, let's see. That's what I expected. Just what I expected. Times 5 to times 10. Okay. So, because we carried the... I'm like, why are we in pain? It's because we carried the dispenser a few feet. I think we'll forage until the pain's gone. Yeah, it seems like the best call. And so long as we don't bring our encumbrance above a certain amount, we'll be okay. The pain will go away. I just found 20 bullets. That's it. We're gonna get aiming level 10. Not off these 20 bullets, but off foraging. Everybody has been like, well, not everybody, but there's a large amount of folks that I talk to about aiming. They're like, no, you can't do it. I'm like, well, I've done the math. You can do it, even with slow learner and reluctant fighter. It's possible. And they're like, but maybe you can't. That's not true. Look, see, I got 20 bullets. It's not worth anything, by the way, in terms of aiming XP. But you know, it is possible though with totals of if you were to like pull together all of the ammo on the entire map, and then also you put in effort to get the shotguns. You don't even have to go out of your way to force shotguns to spawn, and you'll still have enough to produce level 10 aiming. The big thing is though is the level 10 reloading that's going to take you 100 years. Because even while you get level 10 aiming, you're not going to reload enough to um to do level 10 aiming. Or sorry, to do level 10 reloading. It's just not enough. Um, Not enough bullets go in. Okay, so cook that up here in a moment. The limestone, not the limestone. At this point, we're not doing it for the flint. Because we can go get more flint. Wait a second, is this a bug bag as well? Are these both bug bags? No. I've seen another bug bag, I think. Yeah, this one. And you just cue it while recovering exercise. See, that's the thing, right? Is that it takes a really, really long time to get to reloading 10. Many, many hours. In reality. It's one of the most boring and difficult skills to level because of the way that it's been set up. 67% of the time, you get no XP. And then on top of that, it's a reduction as well. You also don't get as much XP when you do actually get XP. It goes from being really easy to level, because you can level to level 5 really quickly, to being like a stop. Like it just, the XP just goes away is what it looks like. You can go an entire magazine without getting a single bit of XP. It's not likely. Usually you'll get at least 3 to 4 on average, but it's brutal. You can go the whole thing with getting an XP every single time on the magazine as well. Like I said though, it's just unlikely. Mm. I meant to drop this backpack off beside. Like this. Pretty sure it should be 5 each time, right? So this will be all of the lettuce. Yeah. We could do stick traps, but we don't need to right now. I need to go grab, I'm gonna grab at least 1, maybe 2 bags of feed. Probably just 1 bag of feed, actually. Because like I mentioned before, I want to be able to... And can we make that, or does it require nails? Two nails. That's for the small one, right? No, that's the large one. What about the small one? 2 nails still. Wait, 2 nails for both? Yeah, even on a normal character, it'd be possible. It's just, it would take a really long time. It's sort of like Nimble. At least Nimble, though, you can level with combat. So it's a little bit more entertaining. I should have left the weapons behind. It's okay, because even if the bag weighs 6, it's fine. We can still carry it. Where am I gonna get those 2 nails? I'm gonna have to like pry up floors and hope that we fail. Well, that's a point. I have a saw now, so I could take apart more things than I could before. So maybe I can get nails from like the gas station counters and stuff. I've been playing without a saw for like without the ability to dismantle for so long, I forgot that I can dismantle things. No, I can't. Yesterday I went on a really long journey. And if you missed it, like I mean, I went all the way to the Echo Creek Gardens store. That's how far away I went. I went all along all of this. I did a little loop de loop here. We looked for a burlap sack. That's what I was looking for yesterday, and I couldn't find one. There was even a gamba and everything. It was just no luck with it. I can't forage anything because I'm being held up by a burlap sack. And you can't cut up the burlap clothes from the Neil's Farm camp. You can't, so like, as I got some burlap clothes from a scarecrow, I'm like, oh, I can rip these up. No, you can't. Um, I can't, I didn't find a laundry bag. I didn't find a mail bag. I didn't find a gunny sack. I didn't find anything. Nothing. And we looked in lots of places. Lots of places that usually there would be some, right? But nothing. No dirt sacks, no sandbags, no gravel bags, no regular sacks that are empty. You forage them up in farm fields. That's fair. I haven't really searched forage too much in farms, although I have foraged some. We're level, what is it? We're level 9 foraging. We've been doing fairly okay on it. You may want to grab that for later. Yeah. So the plan right now is to take one of my 9 animal feed bags. Grab them. Because this weighs an encumbrance of 7, does it not? It's 2 encumbrances of 7. Why is one 50 milliliters and the other one's 50 liters? That's quite a difference. You know what, actually? I was thinking about this just now. There's nothing that stops me from staying where I currently am. Like here, at this place. Because yes, we could go to Dixie, and we technically we are in Dixie area now. I can fix this up to house rabbits. Like we can keep the rabbits indoors for now. And then I can fix this up to house rabbits, right? And then we can just wait for the rabbits to eat enough so that we can have a sack. And then with said burlap sack, we would be able to then go back to, and then we would have nails. Because we can once we have the sack, then I can convert a lot of things. We can even convert these broken nets into nails. What's the sack blocking me from? The ability to make a crucible. It is a really, really big thing that you need in order to do blacksmithing. Is you need a crucible, right? I could find a crucible, but I need a sack of sand in order to create it. Not only that, it's not the only thing. There's two things. There's the second thing is clay cement. I can't make clay cement right now because I need a sack in order to get sand, in order to put it into, like, I can't just set the clay and the dirt, or sorry, the clay and the bucket on the ground and then have Higgins scoop up the sand and put it in there. It doesn't work that way. I need a sand bag in order to make clay cement. The clay cement unlocks all of masonry, which would give me the stone kern and those sorts of things, because I have cheesecloth already. I don't need to loom myself a cheesecloth because I have cheesecloth, which means that or at least, so we are able to already make the paste, like the seed paste, which would then be able to be making seed vegetable oil if once we get into the farming aspects of that. Um, yeah, it's two things you wouldn't expect are gating me off and keeping me from being able to do anything, right? So if you find, so there's a few ticks you need to make sure to that you have in order to do foraging. You need um either a pair of tongs or you need a metalworking punch, preferably the metalworking punch. So um you need burlap sack. What else do you need? You need leather in order to do the upgraded forge, but if you go to McCoy, which I know that you're at McCoy, so you have the forges already there, so you don't have to worry about that. My area is set up. It's ready to go. It's just I need to get that stuff under control first. We'll stay the night here and then we'll go and see if we can't capture a rabbit. Maybe two. You don't have the punch? I'm sure you'll get the punch eventually. My old base is causing my game to freeze repeatedly. It sounds like you have too many items on the ground. I would go through and delete a bunch of items that you don't need anymore. Like excessive items. Maybe. Like, because you can have stuttering and you can have, if you have like thousands upon thousands of items on the ground. There is a way, like, because there is a limitation to how much the engine can take. Dead bodies don't count because dead bodies are their own containers. But if you put everything into containers, then you would be fine. It's just if you have like, you know, hundreds of thousands of items on the ground, the game's gonna start to freeze, slow down, and not work properly. I found that out during my my wall run because I couldn't have all of the, because I tried to lay out all the rags in big rag piles as prep, and it started to lag me. So I had to start putting the rags and compress them by putting them into bags. And then even then I wanted to be careful not to approach too many bags at once. I had to like space them out a little bit. So that's what I would recommend is if you're having problems, you can also turn off the 3D models for like while you're doing it. Where is that setting? This one, display 3D items. The game just stops doing anything. I would still try to clean up your old base a little bit because it's like, I mean, it sounds like you lost an outpost, which is annoying. I would be like, okay, well, I'm gonna go through and slowly clean up that area. Then turn off the 3D displays. If the turning off the 3D displays doesn't help, then then it's not the items. But that helped. I think that helped Corndock, if I remember right, with was turning off the 3D items because he had a pile, like like a pile that was respectably large, like one of those piles that you see that spans across most of the screen, like, you know, while you're zoomed out. A sizable pile. I think he had to turn off 3D models for a little while. Let's see. I was in the process. It doesn't feel excessive? Okay, well, if it doesn't feel excessive, it might not be that. It might be something else then. Could there be something... You have 15 or so mice? Yeah, mice are very performance intensive. And then also, did they reproduce? Because if they reproduced and there's like not 15 mice anymore, there's like 400 mice, yeah, that would be your problem. I would check your There was 4 bags of sand and gravel, 1 empty bag, 2 pieces of burlap. Yikes. I had nothing. Nothing. Okay. They reproduced? Yeah, but so what could happen is they could have reproduced again in a duplicative manner so that there wouldn't be just 15. I would check your mice or rats and make sure that the number is under 30. The animals if they go over 30, they start really causing problems in the area. So keep the number of animals under 30 is essentially what I would warn everyone. Because when you start getting into like the 40, 50, your game's not going to like it anymore. Think about it like zombies. But imagine each animal is 100 zombies. Right? You get to about 30, you've got about 3,000 zombies on the screen. You start getting that. Where did the number 40 come from? It's just randomly picked, but the reason why 30 is that was the limitation on the animal window. So this window here, when you make an animal zone, like because we should have an animal zone here, um, right? When you have a livestock zone, if you have 30 animals, it's the limitation that's on the screen. Yeah, if you do 40, you start to feel it around there. You don't feel it quite as much at 30, between 30 and 40 though. When between 30 and 40, like if you're at 39, you wouldn't really feel it quite as much as when it hits that 40 number. That's when cuz my pigpocalypse that I had, I felt it at 40. When there were 40 total animals in the area, I was like, this is a little bit much. Yeah. You won't feel good about it? Well, of course you won't. I don't feel good about killing any of the animals. I have no choice because of frames. Remember, it's a video game, though, and that you wouldn't do that in reality. Not unless it was like a survival situation and you had absolutely no choice and, stuff like that. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Nobody's gonna judge you. And the people that are judging you are being silly. So let's see. We need to go to bed. And then tomorrow we need to go and check that area. I need to fix this, though. In order to fix this, I need... Actually... If I pick this up and put it inside... the rabbits need to go outside? I don't think they do. I think we could just keep them in this room. Yeah. I don't like it either. Like, it's not something that I enjoy. It's just it's a necessity at times. Like when what's it called? The when we were in the a perfect example of it would be when we were in the resort area and there was like 800 to 1,000 mice. Like, it caused my game to blue screen. Like, my computer, the whole thing. It did that to me. And then later we managed to get it to load, but it was like super duper laggy. Cause so to be honest, loading it was almost not worth it. Actually, we probably should keep these because we may cook them up. Tomorrow we'll be able to get some rabbits, hopefully. Oh, can I not? I'm gonna have soil to plant here. That's not what I'm looking to do, though. I'm looking to fill. I have water in my inventory. Yeah, it's good to shut them off altogether, but in Rat Race they're on low, thankfully. Won't let me pour into the trough for whatever reason. I'm pretty sure that the rabbits won't drink it from there. From a bucket if I put a bucket down on the ground. Yuri died? What got Yuri? When he turned to run and I want to see. Let's have a look. Rip music indeed. Let's see. Let's have a peek. Hopefully this works. Like that. Oh, is it not? Why isn't it capturing properly? Is this the hardware acceleration thing? Can I refresh this again? Yeah, it's not. Oh, he's fighting on a tree. That's why. Okay, give me 1 sec. I'm trying to. There. Here it is. You guys won't get sound, but here. This is just a display capture because the Chrome one is not working for whatever reason. But here. So there's no sound, but we can see at least see. See? Yeah. Bad turn. It really sucks. It so sucks. Ah. So fighting on the tree on its own wasn't that bad because Yuri was already out of it. But there's probably a slowdown here, or maybe just in general. Like, no, we'll see. That's a just right there. It's too late. Grab, bite. Yeah, done. Yeah, he's bent over, but he's always crouched. He's almost always in sneak mode. It wasn't the sneak mode that killed him there. He was too close. Like, so it's he was too close to the zombies in that instance. In the initial. Because fighting on the tree here, that's but see how these zombies are pushing each other? They're pushing each other forward. This one grabbed him. That one then got its attack, and then it was too late at that point. He's held down, got pulled down. So it wasn't even the crouching part of it wasn't the big thing. So yeah. Tis what it is, though. It is why we play. Rest in peace, Yuri. I'm gonna post some rip candles for Yuri. Yuri can have some rip candles. These ones. Yeah. Yeah. That sucks. It does suck when it happens. It's true. At least he made 20K. And he can do it again. He's got this. He'll go back up there. If he needs a little break though from Rat Race, nobody would blame him. But at the same time, if he jumped back in, that would be cool too. Whatever he prefers. Okay, we gotta go check on the rabbits. So there's 3 active traps right now. How often do rabbits eat, I wonder? I wonder if I can force them to eat. Like feed rabbit, and then just keep Getting them to eat the feed until it's gone. Yeah, that definitely does suck though, for sure. I'm sure Yuri took it positively though. I forgot to. Yeah, I don't think it was so much the sneak mode this time. I think it looked very much like he just got a little bit too close. And then the zombies pushed each other out of the tree. But of course that's my perspective on it. A little bit too close to the zombies, didn't have enough time to pivot, and the zombies pushed each other out of the tree. First zombie upper side grabbed him, second zombie bit him. Like right away. But yeah, that's cool. Cool that he set a new PB. Rabbits eat one grass cutting a month. I'm gonna see if I can't force feed them the feed. The animal feed. One grass cutting a month? How much do they drink? Are they thirsty little buggers or maybe they're just thirsty? Milliliters per day, so like a liter of water per day. So then farming you basically need a water source. An active water source that they can be drinking from. Wait, 860 per month? Why is it set to per month? They need like no tending. That's awkward. Why do they need such a like I remember having cows, and cows are like they drink water. Like they absorb that. It is gone. I remember it having just rained and they completely destroyed one of the troughs they had when I was playing on the Apocalypse save. They just gone. They only eat hay. They don't eat grass, and they don't eat. Maybe you have to have. Maybe they have a preference. Maybe they like the hay the best, so they've been eating the hay alone, like first. Yeah, cows are insane in terms of that, but they are producing milk, so I mean it kind of makes sense to a degree, right? They may be changing the farming systems as time goes on as well. Remember, that's ludicrous. Can I put you in my bag? No, I can't carry them both either, which is the annoying part. They don't need to be outside, do they? I can keep them indoors and they're fine? I had a rabbit die just despite having food and having water. I had it in a little pen area and it eventually it got sick and it just died. And I don't know why. Maybe it's something to do with going outside? But then again, it could just be old, right? So they do drink from the buckets. Really? So you can just leave a bucket on the floor and it counts? So does it checks the available tiles as well, which means that I could pull up grass tufts and just leave it on the floor and they'll eat it? It'd be worth trying at the very least. There's no harm in trying. Let's give it a go. You're not what I wanted. I wanted rabbits. This raccoon is a disappointment. So you're saying an unloaded. I'm thinking loaded though. Like if I come and load the area. So long as I'm in the area, they'll eat and drink off the ground. But for that rabbit, I had animal feed and hay and grass all in that trough, as well as I had water in the trough. Yeah, if that's the case, then... Or they sound dynamically during the game? I don't actually know the answer to that, because I've heard tell of people having events happen after, specifically farming events, though. Yeah. That I know for that. As you're walking around, they load in, which means that's why the. But I thought that Oliver is saying that after you've gone past an area, can another one load? And I don't think they can, but I don't know, because I've heard some folks say that they've had events later. So like for example, I've been down this road over here, back and forth a ton, but during my gameplay, would I see another car event here? Probably not, right? But I've heard a couple of people say they've walked back and forth along, and then suddenly, and like they have a farming or a what's it called, a camping event happen like on the edge of the road that just appeared, that wasn't there before. But it could just be them missing it, but I'm not sure. I don't know. That's something that would have to be like discerned later, right? Yeah, I need nails is what I need, so that I can make a couple of teeny tiny um this is another optics thing. Hello. How goes the zombie building? It's going pretty good. Right now I'm taking apart a few things in hopes that we get nails. I got one. I got two. Yeah, I marked the cars later, but in the earlier parts of the game I don't. Year in, and or I say earlier parts. What I mean to say is that we're not, there's certain aspects of the playthrough that are not established yet, and as a result, that's why I'm saying early in. Um, Early in for me is not about time. Survival time doesn't matter as much in terms of when I start to really you know, I do care about the playthrough. It's just that I don't think of it as we're far in yet. We're out of the 0 to hero portion mostly, but we still have some gates that are kind of blocking us off. Does that make sense? Those gates are causing us to have issues. Okay, I want to build a fence. There. The other one's a log fence, isn't it? It just requires, so just we'll do the log fence as the other aspect. But yeah, later on I do start marking the cars. Especially when I can drive them. That's the big one. Okay. I should be able to leave this open now. We still need to take apart a few things in order to... Oh, interesting. Because this is here, I can't use E in order to climb over. It's prioritizing the raccoon. Look, see? It prioritizes the raccoon over climbing over. That's dangerous. Imagine a raccoon's running past you and it prioritizes petting the raccoon instead of hopping the fence, and oh, that would be so bad. I could see that they're getting somebody in trouble. That would be terrible. Could you imagine trying to hop the fence? I just want to hop the fence. Let me hop the fence. I died. Dies petting the raccoon. It was worth it. Basically. Yeah, that's... Three nails. Oof, that's perfect. Okay. I need 2 more. Nails? Yeah. Or just 1 more. Just 1 more nail. That's all I want. It should be, yeah, perfect. This way I can go and I can build 2 troughs in there, and then a friendly raccoon. It's funny because I don't even want the raccoon. It just happens to be there. I wanted a rabbit. But you know what? Fine. We have a raccoon. I didn't want it because I wanted the rabbits because I had hopes that the rabbits would eat the feed. But maybe the raccoon will eat the feed? I mean, it's possible, right? That the raccoon will eat the feed better than the rabbit would? That's the commanding officer of Fort Spiffo. It's fair. We can make that. We can make that the ruling. You guys really like the raccoon? That's fair. Okay, it's built. This is an interesting idea. What happens if I try to build with a flashlight? Will it let me? Yes. There's 8,900 in there now. Out of curiosity, we damaged the saw at all? No. Okay, good. You were trying to jump over a fence away from a zombie and you end up petting the rabbit instead? That's some determination. I am going to pet this rabbit instead of saving my life. Have a good stream. Oh, thank you. I do very much appreciate it. Let's see. Oh yeah, food. Oh, it's sorry. The song thing gets messed up if I don't have the right things laid out. Are birds trapping still once every hour? I could try it. Pretty sure. Do one rotation of bird traps on my way out. If these work is exactly the same as build 41, then you know, we'll be okay. I'm sure they probably do, but it's hard to recall if that's the case. Let's bail. I click to open the door. I left click to open doors, so most of the time. Sometimes I'll press E though, but in dire situations I don't trust E. ever. The only time I trust, you'll even see in the absolute most dire situations, I'll even consider right click and then selecting the option, because I want to make absolutely sure I tried at the best I can. Like going out of a window, for example, I would want to make sure. Sometimes I hold E, but it's just it depends. Situational, like it depends.
You're amazing.
Thank you very much for the follow. Right now, running to see if I can't grab some animal feed. Hello. You watching a bunch of gameplay, it definitely helps. It's a really fun game. I feel like it's worth it, but it depends on your perspective and if you enjoy um, difficult sandbox simulation games, sort of. Like it's a sandbox survival game where there's no major goals. You kind of have to set your own goals. So sort of like Minecraft or 7 Days, right? 7 Days to Die. Similar to those games in the sense where there's no like end goal. Your end goal is whatever you want to do. That said, though, I do still find the game very fun and I enjoy it. Where did these 30 what? My animal feed bags are gone. Oh, it's because I moved them so they got reloaded. It deleted my animal feed bags. And it filled this one up with water. So this is something that happens anytime you move these, is that it'll reload them. Yeah, we lost the animal feed bags. That sucks a little. I should have left 1 or 2 bags on the floor. It was my bad. Oh well, it's okay. I'll just fill up my water and we'll forage some food on the way back. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Ooh, we can actually bring this back with us. This water bottle thing. Then we have 2. Oh yeah, 100%. If you're going in, expect to treat it like it's a very much a learning game where you're going to be learning quite a lot about how to not die. Like it can be quite frustrating for some folks in the early game because there some things are it's like well, it depends on the patience of the individual, right? But yeah, it also depends on if you're going to play build 41 or build 42. Build 42 is the unstable branch that's out right now. It's the new build that's being created. Build 41 is the stable branch. They're very different. Like for example, you'll see that I have like animals and a bunch of other stuff. It's because I'm playing build 42. But in build 41, there's a lot of other variants of the game that so like there's some mechanics that are not implemented yet because it's an earlier build. Think like Minecraft or those kinds of games where they have like their builds 1.6, 1.7 up to like what is it now? It's like I don't remember. Is Minecraft is at 1 point like 17 or some nonsense, isn't it? Like it's like way up there. And right now we're at build 42.7. I'm looking forward to build 42.8 specifically because of the debris fix. But that said, it's there's a lot to the game. It's very deep. But then I'd say it's more wide than it is deep. So like there's a lot you can learn. A lot of niche info. The depth of the game though specifically would be just it's not super duper deep in terms of the overall gameplay loop, which is get XP and survive. Oh yeah, they're very involved. They try their best, of course. We should forage. I'm being neglectful of my foraging. This right here is why we foraged. When during the start of yesterday's stream, somebody asked me what I would recommend if somebody like was just starting, what to do. Um, And I did answer them. I probably should do a little thing like that at some point. Like, if folks are new, what my recommendations are. But if DZ had devs like Zomboid, that game is much more PvP oriented, though, isn't it? Is the PvE scene really good for Daisy? I didn't really get to play very much, Daisy. I played a little bit. I know the roleplay scene's really good though. But I remember it being very heavy on the PvP side and people killing each other for their beans. You don't care for the PvE? See, that's the thing with Zomboid. It's like mostly PvE. But you can have PvP, right? And you can also do roleplay. Zomboid's great for roleplay. Really good. You've got like lots of good choices for roleplay servers for this game. Some that are really hardcore and the sense that they get really into their characters. Others that are a lot more casual. I got to play in an RP event that was really fun. How's my experience with multiplayer? It's pretty fun. I prefer my single player, but it multiplayer it is a fun time and it's fun to play with your friends. Let's be honest. Most multiplayer experiences, we don't care about the game we're playing nearly as much about who we're playing with, right? So if you enjoy the company of the people you're with, that will elevate the gameplay aspects of it immensely, right? It's less about the game and more about the people. Because if you like being around people, you could watch paint dry together, right? This is paint dry simulator. Let's watch paint dry. If you get good conversations going, it could be the most enjoyable experience you've ever had. You know? Is the gameplay all that great? Maybe not. But I don't think that about Zomboid, of course. Zomboid is great. I love Zomboid. And its multiplayer is awesome. But, you know, when going into that stuff, you have to bear that in mind. It's that you're gonna have good times and you're gonna have bad times. A good example for me would be I had a bad time when I first started playing Ark. I didn't really enjoy that as much. That said, though, I know that wasn't really Ark's fault. It was my choice as a player to. Oh, I did this wrong. You need to cook the birds first. It's fine. I just won't eat the birds. But, yeah. Yeah, I messed up on these. So you're supposed to cook the birds first to remove the unhappiness, Malu, and then you can chop them up and they'll be fine. But I messed it up. I did them in the other order, and thus they get an extra unhappiness modifier on them as a result. I may actually still be able to use them in bowls, though. Let's see. I have bowls. Yeah, it's fine to chop them up. Okay, nice. So then they're not wasted. Oh. Leave the chicken on the floor. We'll do 100 grass. Yeah, Zomboid multiplayer can be really fun. The PvP can be a bit jank, though. Because you'd think guns would make you really strong in PvP, but they don't. They do damage, and quite considerably, but somebody who's swinging a melee weapon can easily overpower somebody who has guns. So they drink a little bit of the water. Wall chicken. There we go. Get some rest in. I'm gonna continue to forage for the remainder of this in-game day, and then tomorrow we'll go in and we'll start poking at Dixie again. How's our weight doing? Yeah, we still got quite a lot of weight on our bones. I'm just also having a quick look around this field just to see if there's any flint. There doesn't seem to be any flint nodes in this particular field right here. Avocado. Poison mushroom. I wonder if avocado can be used to... It's a vegetable. Most of those just check for veg. I'm gonna run over and I'm gonna try and bait the trap with avocado and see what happens. Worst case scenario, it breaks all of our traps and we have to make new ones. Best case scenario, we have new rabbits tomorrow. I catch you with avocado bait? I don't mind avocado. Avocado's good, especially in salad. I don't think there's very many things I dislike, though. I like mostly everything. We need one. So we need 3. 4. Oh, this last one. Yeah, so with the unstable build, you're gonna see a lot of things break. Like things are gonna be broken. Like for example, those troughs stealing away my animal feed. That's an example of the game breaking in a way, because it shouldn't be re-rolling those inventories. But that said, it's the unstable build. There's gonna be stuff that's broken in it. There's stuff that's broken in 41 in the stable build. It's just that, it there'll be more things broken in this build than. And that's okay. Because eventually the game will stabilize and then it'll get better and then we won't have to worry so much. Okay, I'm going to take a brief BRB after this sleep, after we're done sleeping. Because I got to refill my tea. Come on, Panic, calm down. Okay, pause for a sec and be right back. Okay.
Hey! Hey!
No more fog. Delicious. To each their own. That's fair. There's a lot of instrumental like stuff in this, and the reason why each of the songs is on the list is because they make me happy in one way or another, right? So, yes. But if you ever don't like the music, like you're really not fond of it, my VODs don't have music, so of course those YouTube VODs are a little behind, but I'm going to be uploading the Great Spiffo Rat Race, and I'm currently uploading the special effects playthrough, which is where Van did Apocalypse for a while, which was fun. But yeah, that's I like the music for the most part. Everybody has their own musical taste, though, right? Little much. Okay. I also did try to make it so that if my stream is turned down, that it's not audible. So that's always an option for folks as well if they want to lurk, is they can turn me down to a low percentage and it won't be too loud. Lurker friendly, you know? Because sometimes people just want to get their stuff done. Yeah, exactly. Lurkers do make the world go round. And I'm an avid lurker myself. So I try to take into that fact of what would I like as a lurker. Um, right? Lurkers don't generally want to be called out or any of that stuff. That's one of the reasons why my follows are anonymous. Is because I gave it some thought and I was like, well, if I'm lurking but I want to follow, I might not want my name on the screen. Subbing and doing all that other stuff, that's a little bit more bombastic, so names go on that stuff. But that said, um, I would say that that's why my follows are. It's for the folks that are just wanting to enjoy their lurk. Hmm. I was gonna go for another attack, but we'll just do this one and then we'll head back. We're very close to level 5 in terms of our skills. Once we hit level 5, we're 2 levels away from the actual damage. What I mean to say is, any level that's previous to 7 is a damage debuff to the weapons. So once you hit level 7 with a weapon, you get actually the real damage the weapon would be doing. That's it's the everything before that is a debuff to weapons. So it's kind of neat. You made a cool potato. Yes, you did. Okay, we can go have an in-game nap. All the VODs on Twitch also are. It's because I use a split audio track for the music. They don't have music. Speed to now morning so that I can craft. I'm surprised we still haven't worked through these weapons yet. They ate the avocado but didn't get caught. That's okay. I guess I won't use avocado for the future. Hmm. Hmm. Lots of bugs in the field right now. We are not succeeding at any of this at the moment. Tons of herbs. The amount of herbs and bugs we received just now is kind of surprising. Alright, back to it. Hopefully we find some actual food here in just a moment. And then we'll get back to sieging towards Dixie. The goal is right now just to at least get to that intersection where, maybe not just the intersection, but there should be cars along that route. I know there's at least a little bit of fuel in, what on earth are you? Oh, foraging text, please. Potato, that's awesome. Unfortunately, I don't want to eat that. Because we'll use it to catch more animals. I'm looking for specifically mushrooms or berries to eat, but I don't want to put on a focus because I'm liking some of this stuff that we're finding. Hi, Cookie. How are you? Are you having a good day? I hope you're doing good. I'm doing good pretty much. There is something they have to do later today though, and I'm trying to not think about it, but like just enjoy the oh yes, flat stone. Heck yeah. Look at all this foraging, my goodness. All of the forage items are here. But yes. Okay, this is a bit ridiculous with the amount of things that are in this field. Okay, let's try again. You having fun being a cookie? That's the first magazine I found on in this playthrough was Grandma's Cookies. Or Grandma's Kitchen? Something like that. It's cookie recipes. Okay, let's go get that big pile of stuff. I'll go bad before I use it. Is that the new base? Which the Spiffos? Sort of. It's an older base, but no McCoy. I've been to McCoy and we cleaned out McCoy and it's nice. And then we went on a long journey and I couldn't find the item that I needed, which is unfortunate, but it makes it so that I can't progress with blacksmithing at all. So I have to wait until we either find that item or we find an item that can create that item. So we were searching yesterday. It was for a burlap sack. I need a burlap sack to progress because I cannot make a crucible without one. Now, if I had just I could forge the crucible. It's possible. but it's unlikely. It's more likely that we'll forage up the burlap. But even that's a tall order. It's not impossible, though. It's just unlikely as well. Uncooked. Right now, I'm just slowly saving up loose end thistles so that eventually we have an emergency stockpile of food that I can eat. I'm gonna put on the rabbits and the birds right now. Yeah, it happens though. Like, I mean, we're playing on really hard loot settings, so I don't necessarily blame the game. There's certain things that I kind of wish were possible. Like, you can't rip up the burlap clothes, like, for burlap. You can't, like, they're unterrible. And I understand that you can't do that because then what you essentially would be able to do is you would be able to do them for tailoring XP. But in all honesty, you just make it worth more than it is to craft, right? Give it diminishing returns so that you can rip it up. But that's something that they're going to do later, right? They're like it's clear that that's probably what's going to happen, but they just haven't done it yet. You can't use leeches. Okay. Okay. We'll be back. It's okay though. Like, I mean, in the long run, it doesn't matter that much because we still have weapons we can use. I can make weapons out of wood and I can make weapons out of stone. So it's just we don't have the blacksmithing weapons that I would have liked to have at this point. As well as I can't quite, like, although we have the pickaxe, I don't think we can quite hit napping 6 in a fast way. Now, if we had access to the debris, we would be able to hit napping 6 no problem. The reason why I want to get to napping 6 specifically, at least for the short blades, is because the long stone knife is pretty good. I mean, I can grind my way there, but it's easier with the debris. So, see these stones here? These flat stones? They don't function properly right now and they delete them, right? So, but that's going to get fixed in the next patch, build 42.8. Or at least that's what the rumors say. The rumors say that's going to get fixed in the next patch, meaning that we'll be able to harvest these for the large stone or the large flat stones, which means that that's napping XP right there, which will give us our level 6 napping fairly quickly. Like, it's not super, super fast, of course, because we have to get the remaining 1500 XP and then another 3000 XP. So it's still a lot of XP and a lot of axes to grind, but it's better than the alternative, right? Yeah, because what is it in napping? We'll have to make stone malls because they probably are worth more XP overall. We could probably also make some. We can make a stone chisel, and we can make some drills maybe out of chipstone. But it'd be more than likely we'd want to be making the malls. So then eventually we'll be able to do chip flat long stone blades. And then with these long stone blades, we would be that they last a little bit longer than the regular stone blade. They're also a little heavier, if I remember right, but that doesn't matter. Not so much. We've happened to find quite a few of these just like around, though, as well, thankfully. That's why we're at like 600 XP right now, is because we've managed to find some. But yeah, you're not able to really do that kind of stuff. No exploits, and debug is only utilized to undo based on consensus. So like we've had a few people come forward in the past and say, "Hey, this bug killed me," and it's like, okay, yeah, you can debug that, like debug the wound away. Like the fishing bug is a good example of that one. Or most recently, somebody had the same thing happen with foraging. Foraging triggered, and it was that one was passed as well. Mm. We're not taking it. We take it case by case though on that kind of stuff. So like and then we discuss it as a group, and then it's based on majority. So if let's say that I believe that it should be debugged and the rest of the group disagrees, well, I mean, then we're going with the rest of the group. And that's just how it works. Consensus. Or in the reverse too. If I believe that something should be like shouldn't be debugged, but everybody else agrees, oh no, it's fine, let them debug it. You know, because there are cases to be made where folks will be leaning either way based on their own biases, right? I mean, yes, please. I got a frog. I was looking for mushrooms and berries, but I will take a frog. I receive frog. +5 happiness. I'm thinking about going back to Rat Race. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. If things are relaxing a little bit, it'd be fun to jump back into the Rat Race. It's always waiting there in the wings. That's the thing about marathon style play, is you can always jump back in and, you know, keep going, right? There's no need to worry. Like you can take a bit of a rest on it and then, come back to it. There's no like it'll always be there kind of thing. Yeah. Morning. Oh, we don't need to. I was like, we need to forage. We don't need to right now. Because we can go and harvest essentially a bunch of birds and some bunnies. Hmm? The bunnies we're not going to eat. Not yet. The birds, though. Well, this isn't a bunny at all. It's a raccoon. Again. We just keep getting raccoons. Every time. It's like it's like, you know, that we live in a Spiffos and we're gonna end up eating raccoons. That's what's gonna happen. What's in the burgers? Well, our mascot's a raccoon, don't you know? Okay, remember, we can't cut these up first. We have to cook them first. So they lose the malu. Okay, so this water is going to get transferred to an amphora. And then I'm going to use the this to empty all of the sinks and toilets that are nearby so that I can sledge them out of the way so that we can expand our little area for our animals so that they're not so cramped in there. We'll smash out the wall so the bathroom's a little bigger. It'll be a double size that way. The weird things that happen in a brain is just strange. I guess it's because I've been playing a lot of games with Emma lately. That when I seen this zombie, I was like, it's okay, keep moving. It's just team member. That's not the case. There's no team members excited for well, I guess the animals sort of. Yeah, we're just catching raccoons. We're not. So we got a male raccoon. I could join Team Zombie. You're not wrong. I could, and have in the past, pretty much every time. They get me eventually. This raccoon is heavy. It says it's underfed and it's thirsty. Interesting. This may cause them to freak out, though. I hope not, but we'll see. I'm nervous about doing construction around animals. Understandably nervous. Because I've seen them freak out because of it before. Okay, so we're not quite done with that. Okay, so that door now does nothing, which is good. And we can now... Wait, what? Okay. Okay. Before we sledge the rest, I need to take the water out of everything. Do these have water in them? No. They will soon. Okay, so that's both toilets there. Okay, all those hanging sinks there are done. There's not much water left in this place, to be quite honest. There's like a few... Because we have been drinking it gradually over the course of the time that we've been living here. So these are all good. Hello. Name the male raccoon Leon. I mean, we could. Right now, I am just taking care of our area just so that I can take the toilets out of there at the very least, so that they can feel a little bit better about the area. Okay, both toilets are empty. Let's do the hanging sinks now. There's still water in there. Wow. But mostly. Yeah, I do need to save the water from the toilet. As much as it's, because it saves me time, right, in the long run, to have all this extra water around that's pure, that I don't have to do anything with. I'll show you guys at the end how much we managed to pull out of there. This is just essentially one bathroom. Okay, that's all of the water from that stuff. And this doesn't even include a bath. May you see my character progression? Sure. Um, I'm gonna be able to keep up with the VODs. Most notables are level 4 axe, nearly level 5 short blade, level 8 maintenance, carving's high, masonry's up there. Fitness is nearly 8.5. Or sorry, 6.5 fitness, 8.5 strength. Yeah. So this is with me having drunk water from this place for a very long time. Um, we still got 120 liters of water. Normally, you could save these for welding XP later, right? Because you can weld this stuff. I don't want them here aesthetically. It's either all stressed now. These are empty as well. And this is from next door. Just so that I don't have to go anywhere. Yeah. I still would have preferred rabbits, though. No offense to the raccoons. I mean, I know it suits Spiffos, but I like the bunnies better than I like them. That's personal preference for you, though. I just like how little the tiny baby bunnies are. They're like really itty bitty. Like, yes, the baby raccoon is cute, but the baby bunny, it's like it's you could pick it up with one hand, and it would be in yours just in one hand. Like you would have it, and it's like a little puff. Okay. Oh, we could extend our bedroom too if we wanted to, because I could smash out this wall. I will hold off for now. Were there multiple? Yeah. There you got Pizza Whirl, you got the donut shop, you got the ice cream parlors. There's a few other. I guess are those considered fast food? I would consider them fast food. Spiffos is the burger stuff. You got. If you go into the mall, you'll see a bunch of them. Yep, they've got their pancakes shops as well. Um, but there are more of them in the food court at the mall, and there's advertisements. I don't have an advertisement here with me, but there we showed I showed one yesterday of the Spiffos we're hiring. Apparently, Spiffos pays both delivery drivers, which is crazy to me a little bit, because it's a burger shop, and I don't really I've not heard of that. Pizza and Chinese food and a bunch of other styles of food. I've heard lots of catering, but not very often do you hear about burger shops doing it unless they're doing like events or something, right? But anyways, and they apparently security guards. They have security guards at Spiffos. Someone needs to guard the hot sauce. They're standing by the condiment counter. You can only have 4 ketchup packets. Only 4, unless you buy another meal. That's it. You're at your limit, sir. We need to ask you to leave. Watch the bottles. Watch the bottles. It's funny, but it's true that people do that stuff. People do take things that don't belong to them, like salt shakers and stuff. It's like, why though? Why do you need that? You don't need that. It belongs to the store. That's why it comes with Night Owl, is because of they're up all night protecting the sauce. That makes sense, yeah. Eggplant. Hansu. Life's good when you just eat an entire eggplant by yourself in the middle of a used car parking lot. We'll be breaking this one. No, we should keep that. Okay, let's go. Lamprey just posted. Oh, kudos! Good for Lamprey! No, we should celebrate that. That's positive. No, that should be celebrated. He's training. He's been wanting to do that for ages. 100%. Celebrate that. You guys make sure that you're positive about it. It's been on his, like, he was very down about it for a while, that there was so many issues and that they weren't really, but I'm kudos. Yeah. That's good. That's good. Yeah, he's trying so hard. It still feels like a loss, but it's not. He'll be back. It's not like he's going away forever. And he'll still post up pictures and stuff, I'm sure, and updates of what he's up to. But kudos. I'm happy for him. He finally got what he wanted. He's gonna be really happy now. They finally took him seriously and finally let him through. It's a loss in one way, but it's like a huge gain in another way. So like it's yeah. No, kudos to Lamprey. He deserves congratulations. He'll be back in 43. And he'll maybe make some time for the occasional stream here and there. So we'll just have to keep an eye out, that's all. So if you see Lamprey go live, like, I mean, it'll be sort of like a rare thing now. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm glad. No more stresses of having to deal with paperwork and other issues that he was dealing with. That's one of the big reasons why he had to step away from the rat race in the first place. Too much stress. Finally at peace. And now he can work on, well, the rest of the stuff in his life that he cares about. Like being part of the military. I'm not sure exactly what that entails, but you know, because I am a civilian. But I'm sure it's good. He may never return to PZ again. I firmly doubt that, but we'll see. He definitely needs a break anyways. He's done pretty much everything you can think of in PZ. He's got over 10,000 hours in it. There's like, what, 14,000 hours in PZ? He's done everything. Yeah, didn't hit the million, but he got as close as anybody's ever gotten so far anyways. And sure, in Build 42, we may have other folks that achieve the million here in the near future. But, you know, it's not a big, it's not a, it's more of a win than a loss, at least in my head. How many is this? Military changes people. There's a lot of people in the PZ community that have been a part of the military. And I guess, yeah, I wouldn't doubt that it changes you, but I don't think that it'll stop them from enjoying and playing PZ. Eventually, like I mean, once he has time, when it's not, once he's done the stuff that he needs to do, and there'll be time. And at least he might play some by himself as well. Or he'll play other games, take a break from PZ, and then come back somewhat fresh when everything's new again. You know? Yeah, I'm hopeful. It's nice to hear that that's finally gone through for him, because he was really, really sad about it for a while and stressed, and it is good that things are finally settled in that way, and it's ended positively in that on that regard. But yeah, definitely give him kudos. He deserves a plus. Less tears and more, like, you can do a little bit of tears, it is changing of an era a little bit, but like, kudos first. Celebratory. Give him his congrats. He deserves it. Is your maintenance skill the reason why you use stakes as weapons? No. The reason why I'm using the stone knives and is just because they're the easiest access that I have right now. You'll see me use the metal ones as I pick them up gradually. But it's ease of access, quantity. I need larger amounts of weapons in order to keep fighting. That's why the spear was so good in 41. Not in also the other aspects of it. It's attack speed. It's the fact that you could make 1,000 of them and just keep going, right? This one's a stone knife, but I was using stakes yesterday. Stakes are not bad, by the way. They're pretty good. But yeah, I have a couple metal knives in my bag. The metal knives do better damage and kill the zombies a lot faster, but I don't need to kill them fast. At least not at the moment. Because we're taking them gradually. I'm controlling my zombies. So we don't have to worry so much about that. Speed is not something I need to worry about. Because a big part of PZ is patience. Yeah, exactly. Because you rush it, and because you're not paying as much attention, you get flanked, or perhaps you just a lot of PZ deaths are just that they're accidents mostly that could have been avoided in one way or another. Hello. Get back off, have a rest. Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing as the story progresses. Go get some rest. And tomorrow we level up Shortblade to level 5, and we get a little bit less muscle strain, a little bit more damage. A little bit less muscle strain, a little bit more damage. We also should make some more knives. But not with nodules. Because I'm trying to save up some nodules. Let's sort out the noodles. Okay, it's 2 more of those. And carve 10 wooden stakes. Okay. Let's light this fire. What's the fire's... Okay. Yeah, that's like a large percentage of fence combat. Even myself, like, and everybody, like, I mean, who does fence combat, we all go for that extra hit sometimes that we know we shouldn't, and it goes poorly. My personal best sprinter's death was because of that. I went a little bit too long, and it cost me. I don't know if I need to recook this after I've cut it. Yes, I do. Yeah, a little poultry snack. These can stay on the floor there, and we can... There we go. How much is left? Oh, not much. Why can't I fit in my backpack? Oh, too many shivs. Or steaks, I mean. So no one has completed this challenge? I mean, no. It's the closest anyone's come to the first part of this challenge, and there's three objectives of this challenge. The three objectives are kill a million zombies, make a perfect character, and secure 13 outposts around the map. 12 of them are churches, one of them is the military outpost in the middle of the woods. And in order to secure those as outposts, they need to qualify as outposts, having a generator, having a clear of zombies, having food, a car. There's a bunch of different rules that apply to making an outpost. So that part of it's going to be tough. And then on top of that, killing the million zombies, right? So, but on your way to killing a million zombies, you'll pretty much max out all this. The only things that won't really be max will be aiming, probably. And I mean, you'll be close with aiming. You'll probably, but you have to make sure that you're picking up the shotguns and put them on the ground so that you can go back for them later. There's certain aspects of this challenge that are really, really tough. Making a perfect character is tough, but doable. We'll get there eventually, but I'm not worried about rushing to get there because it's a marathon, not a sprint. This is a style of gameplay that takes months of real time to complete. Yeah, it's cool, but at the same time, if you were to ask me, do you believe that anyone can beat this challenge? Currently, I would say no. Not at the moment. I think that the build is going to get updated and we're going to lose all our saves, which is a possibility. If that does happen, we said that we would take another look at the settings and maybe adjust some things so that it's a little bit more like some folks expressed to me that they've missed meta events and helicopters. Some folks feel like the farming settings are a little bit not impossible but scary. I don't think so, but you know, it's because I know that farming is likely going to get worked on. Like I think agriculture is going to get adjusted, so I want to wait and see what happens with that. That said, though, like I mean, it does depend, right? But yeah, nobody in the PZ community has killed a million zombies. Not yet. But somebody will. If you wanted to make an idea, like I figure Twist and or Shivas will probably hit it. Mark Martins has a chance to hit it, if I remember right, based on Mark being really, really skilled. There's a handful of other folks that are also in the same sort of thing. Um, sorry, 1 second. It's Yeah, we'll see. Can I go up on that billboard? Technically no, but I did fall off a billboard and broke my leg at one point. You can do exclamation point billboard if you want to see the clip. But I have been up on a billboard before. In the game. Of course, technically it wasn't the billboard, but still, it's hilarious. Yeah, here I can do that. It was my first ever broken bone in Project Zomboid. I'd never broken a bone up to that point. And funny enough, in that playthrough, we broke 4. Giving me the title of most accident-prone veteran. Because I don't know anybody who's broken more bones and survived. But please, feel free to take that title from me. I do not mind at all. Go ahead. It's yours if you want it. Why did I go up there? I was setting up rain catcher barrels. You'll notice that whenever I'm on a roof now, I'm extremely careful. And even with extreme caution, I still mess up and fall off. With no pants, no less? I don't know. I think it was hot. The best part of that clip is you can actually hear the zombies pathfinding around the fence to come and get me. And you can see I'm just like sawing a log. Because I'd never broken a bone before. I didn't know how fast I needed to apply to that. I got up the rope, the sheet rope, just in time to not get grabbed by the zombies. And I'm lucky they didn't pull the sheet rope down. You can hear them coming the whole time. Because the second I fell, they started pathing around. Because the way that I was set up was, I was on the racing track, upper levels bleachers, and I built myself a little house there, right? No worries. So I built myself a little house on the top of the racetrack, in the bleachers. And I was going up to put on water catcher barrels as I wanted to have a little sink so I could wash myself and drink water and stuff, right? Anyways, so I fell down. There's a fence here. It was a 2-high fence that went for a little ways to the extent of the bleachers, and then it opened up to the rest of the parking lot, right? So because there was like a show parking lot or whatever that was beside the racetrack. It's like the place that you go to get the cars ready to race, that sort of thing, right? Anyways, it was all that whole side was empty. There's just so it's just where the fence ended. So the zombies were pathing to get around it. So they pathed off of my generator and were trying to get around. Meanwhile, I was like sawing. Like, do I need to do this now? It would have been a funny way to get eaten. Nah, that run ended with, here, it ended like this. It was the end of a good run. I missed a katana, it's not that I missed the katana swing. I hit the swing, but I hit it too early, and also I nimbled into the zombies. So, like several mistakes back to back. Yeah, my character's already stout. So the way that I started this run was it's something called zero to hero. So essentially, what that means is your character starts out with zero fitness, zero strength. Those are the passive stats of the game. So fitness governs your how tired your character gets, while strength governs how much you can carry, how much damage you deal. And how much basically strength now governs kind of how many zombies you can fight at once, kind of like how long you can fight for. They both work together to control the combat of the game, right? So in tandem, one is your stamina, the other one is sort of how capable you are, and how long your muscles will ache for, kind of. The stronger you get, the easier it is. The all same for the more fit you are, the longer you last. Zero to hero means that you start out as basically somebody who never, like, no fitness, no strength at all. Like, they never ever lifted anything. They're super duper weak. And they have no stamina. And then you have to build up from there. The first few levels aren't that bad. Up to level 3, it's very chill leveling. It's after level 3, 3 to 5 is not bad. It's kind of like middle tier of difficulty. And then going from the higher, like, so 5 to 10, it takes quite a long time. Because the way that the levels for the XP work is it starts out with, like, 1500 XP required to get to level 1, and then later on you're looking at 150,000 XP required to get to level 10. So yeah, a zero to hero is basically the I wouldn't say that I'm a zero to hero. I would say that I don't know, I put myself at maybe out of shape slash average, like, because I do go jogging and I do keep myself somewhat together in that regard. I also do I do have yoga, but it's one of those kinds of things that it depends on the time, right? Sometimes I don't have time, which sucks. And then I don't do it for a little while, and then starting it up again is it's tough. That's why in the future, when I'm living with Emma, I'm gonna be really really hype about it, because we'll do it together. It'll be a together activity. Emma also has what is it called? Some of the Nintendo consoles that have games that you can do fitness with. And that'll be fun. Ooh, a machete.
You're amazing.
Thank you very much for the follow. How does hygiene matter in this game? It does. A little bit, because your character will get sad if they're dirty for too long. I think. Something like that. But it also, you can raise your happiness by just washing yourself. It also can increase your infection. Like, so, it's like if you've got dirt on you, your character will get a little So, I mean, bacterial infection, not the Nox virus. Nox virus is completely separate. But if your character's dirty, you'll get infection, which causes pain when you, like, for wounds. The Nox virus is different. If you contract the Nox virus, you just die. That is just how it goes. You will become a zombie eventually. There is no saving yourself once you have the Nox virus. Look at that, though. We're actually passing over to Dixie proper. No way. No way we get past this intersection-y place. Gun in the glove compartment with some ammo. Have you played another? Can you be a hairstylist? Like, what do you mean? You can role play whatever you want in the game, but a barber is not available as an occupation. Oh, interesting. Actually, don't think I have a red pen. Hmm? Oh, I plan to. I could. I could. It was here the whole time. It was here the whole time. I could have came here. That's it. That's game. Also, we got a hose. Hoses allow us to siphon fuel. Which means if any of these vehicles have fuel, we can lug the generator over to the gas station. We could have power. We could have electricity. After my trip yesterday, I'd have to hope so. How much fuel is that? 1 liter. I don't actually know if that's enough to start the generator. We can have power. We can have electricity. It's possible. No, go away, zombies. They don't understand. They don't understand. They really don't. They have no clue. It's it. I'm heading back. I'm heading straight back to McCoy. And can anyone blame me? Like, really? Back to the estates. Right away. Like at top speed. The hose will save us. Yeah, I'm happy that we got our gasoline, so that's good. Gasoline solid. I'm beyond excited that we just got a sack. A burlap sack. After all that searching, after all that effort, I knew that they could spawn in the backs of cars. I was like, I mean, it's an unlikely scenario, but we'll try. The reason why it's extra huge though as well is because I need to. Okay, so we need to offload all of this stuff. I need to go grab all that wire from there's stuff we need to do now. Like this has gone from, oh, I'm just gonna go kill zombies to now there's lots of stuff to do. Like we unlocked everything. What's the sack do? The sack allows me to pick up sand, which doesn't sound very great, right? But it lets me. Oh, they have enough food and water to last for a little while, I'm sure. I'll you know what? I'll even go above and beyond and make sure that I pour, like, let's see, let's fill these buckets completely. I'll give them 20 liters of water. That should be enough to sustain them for at least a little while. So no, what sand does is it unlocks the ability to create a crucible. Because I was gated off and couldn't make a crucible. So essentially, we have blacksmithing. I have access to all of the advanced forges and stuff. And because my character started with some blacksmith knowledge, we know how to craft pretty much anything we want if we have the means to do it. But we need certain tools in order to do that. One of the gated tool requirements was that in order to make a crucible, which is the thing that pours molten metal, I need sand. A bag of sand is required to craft the crucible out of clay and fired in a kiln. So that's why I needed the sand. Not just that, but I also needed the sand to create clay cement to unlock any of the stuff in masonry. Currently, I have most of the pieces to be able to do masonry. And as people have probably already noted, I have masonry level 7 because I thought that I would be able to use masonry to make a mall. I was mistaken. You can't quite do that. Because in order to use masonry to make a mall, you need a club hammer or a block mace. I have a masonry chisel, which is the most irritating. I foraged a masonry chisel. I managed to forage one. And I was so hyped about it at the time. I was like, this is great. I got a masonry chisel. I can make myself a stone maul. And the reason why I needed the stone maul was so that I could then mine nodes so that I could get more stone, so that I had better access to weapons. Now we don't need any of that. It's all gone, and I don't need to do any of it. We can work on getting ourselves some nails and some metal weapons. As well as I can make all the tools required to set up a metal forge in this area so that we can continue making metal things. Of course, we can still fall back on our stone and our wooden weapons, but there is a reason why I want to use the metal ones. The metal ones are superior. They last longer, they do more damage, they're just overall better. I know I can nap a stone maul, but in order to nap a stone maul, you need napping level 5. In order to get to napping level 5, you need to nap an absolute ton of stone. And because currently the debris is broken, I'll show you what I mean by that. Here, I'll give you an example of broken debris. See? No flat stone. I can't make the flat stone heads, so I'm almost 5. But you're also probably using stone axes and or sickles and or saws, right, as your primary weapon. I split off and have access to the short blades as well now, so I can use short blades and axes. So I'm not napping nearly as often. Not yet. You're using the blunts. You did go bonus for a reason. I have bonuses for that stuff, but even with the bonus, it still takes a long time to level it up. So like I've got a napping bonus because of wilderness knowledge. But yeah, even with that, and I know I can make them with with mauls, it still takes a long time. I would have to be harvesting all of these rocks here and getting like what is it? It's 2 XP or 3 XP per, and I need 1500 XP. So I would need easily like 725 rocks of that kind in order to nap. It's not worth it. It's a waste of my time. Especially when I can just wait a little bit longer for the patch and then napping the larger heads gives you a lot more. You get way more XP for that. Make stone size. Yeah, you can make those if you have chip stone. I don't have chip stone. I have like on average I get maybe 2 chip stone a day, maybe. So it doesn't pan out. And that's not to state that I don't have any napping XP. My napping is right now level 5, or level 4.5. So we have 700 XP in napping. So it's not far off. It's just it's not worth for me to focus that. And then especially now that I have access to the metal weapons. You like my outfit? I'm glad. I have lots of outfits. I don't know if this one's on the merch store, but maybe. I think I'm pretty sure at least the ghost the shirt is probably. I know the jackets probably aren't. Maybe one day we'll do jackets. I want to do a frog hat, but I'm still looking into it, and I want to be the first one to buy it. I'm thinking custom beret. But yeah, the experience at the end of the day for napping, I kind of wish there was more to it. And in order to get more to it, I'm pretty sure they're gonna do boyering at some point, which would be lovely. I'm so excited for the idea that we can like bow and arrow. Even if we can't really use them against the zombies, I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? Like you use it against the animals. Yeah, nap weapons are really good. I kind of can't wait until we get to level 6 napping because then the long stone knives will be fun to use. But they're all the reason why I've spread myself so far on each of the different styles of weaponry is so that I have more options and that I can use whatever I want. There's no limitation. I'm not going to get sick of things that I'm using because I can just switch to a different thing for a little while. Like currently, if I want, I can use stone axes. I can use we can use pretty much anything. And as our strength gets higher and higher, we'll be able to switch over to even these things and without too much muscle strain. Hopefully. That's the hope. Once we're level 10, but I also want to make sure that we're always gaining XP. Okay, the reason I came here in the first place was to grab these. I'll take. I'm taking as many as I can as it is. I'm stoked right now. Take off your pants, Higgins. This is a lengthy run, but it's worth it. A break from running. I didn't need to be foraging that whole time. Oops. I'm guaranteeing that the woods between me and McCoy are... I can't go through that wood path anymore. At least not at the moment. It's dangerous. I also wouldn't want to start up the generator right away anyways, as much as it would be nice to have power right off the bat. It's a little far away from McCoy, so having power here is not feasible unless we have a vehicle, which we won't have a vehicle for quite some time. Although some of those cars are actually functional. I don't think it would be wise to drive them. But we could drive them very slowly. It would be a possibility. I'm very, very happy right now. There's so much that we can do. It's like unlocking the door to, like, I was locked out of the ability to make stuff, and now the door has been opened. Open door. I can just go in and make whatever I want. Well, so long as we have the materials to do so, which we should have a sizable portion of materials. We can make ourselves like a gold keychain. There's a few things that I want on my list of things that I want to make that are just for fun. And then there's the handful of stuff. I wonder if we can make ourselves a gold fork. Living that luxury life. We've eaten with this wooden spoon for ages. This wooden spoon is time to retire almost. Here we are. And the water bottle. I'm probably going to need to bring these back with me. I hope I don't forget. See? So sack of sand. It doesn't take anything else. There we are. Got the crucible. I had everything else in, like, everything else. All of the other things ready. Something else that's annoying now is that they made it so you can put items inside the crucible, or like liquid, which makes sense, but it's the reason why I find it annoying is because the there we go. I want to put the sand somewhere safe. Put it there. Okay. Okay, we have the crucible now. Which means now we just need simple tongs, or tongs in general. Do I need a hacksaw for this? No, we can do it with grips, metal snips, bolt cutters, metalworking pliers. Okay. I'm pretty sure there's no tongs here. Which means that we're going to need the heading tool, which requires a metalworking punch and a hammer. I'm going to put most of this stuff on the ground. Okay. Go grab one of the metalworking punches. And And we need to make metal or wooden tongs for now, because I don't think I have vice grips or anything else, but that's okay. We'll make 5 wooden tongs. What's it called? There's one of these, the buckle is required. I'd expect it's part of like one of these ones. Iron piece, that's what it's called. Right, the buckle. I could have sworn the buckle could be sawed into. Am I wrong to think that? Probably just bin these, but um, let's have a look. Maybe the buckle can be, but you need to do it via the actual forge. No. I could have sworn you could break these down somehow. I need to see how much I need for the... Because we need the heading tool. I need an iron bar quarter. So the ceramic mold. This one. Plank and a nail. Once again, needing nails to make nails. I should have brought the saw with me. Is there a way around it? This table? I need to sleep because we need daylight in order to be able to create, or just light in general in order to be able to create that. Okay, I need a plank. We got it. Ceramic bar mold. 1 second. Bar ingot. Yeah, we want bar. And then we need it to be... No, it's done in the press. Yeah, I need a single clay. So we press it in the hand press, single clay. And don't need that anymore. Unfired needs to be fired. What? Oh, I stopped it. So we have charcoal, we have that. Now I just need a pair of tongs. Again. There's 3 more pairs of tongs. Okay, now I have an iron bar. But both quarter recipes require tongs. Once again. What about the ones that are in here? It's only a hacksaw. I literally just need a hacksaw. Which is... And it's only steel, isn't it? Yeah, it's only steel. Steel only. Does this matter? No, it accepts steel quarters as well. Iron quarters and steel quarters. Requires a heading tool first, obviously, but like, I mean, so we already need... So you need a total of 3/4 of this bar that I currently have, right? I have a metal bar, but I need a hacksaw in order to saw this. I don't have a hacksaw. Do I? Pretty certain I don't. Yeah. No, we got like chisels, we've got flint saws, we've got metalworking, like other sets. But I don't have... Can I make a quarter in any other way? I can make this steel. That's not that bad. How does this show up under bar? I'm guessing that with welding I can actually weld... Like if I had a welding torch and or mask, we could half this iron bar and then half it again. Yeah, it's literally a hacksaw is the only option. Hacksaws and welding torch. So we're gated again, this time by something different. We either need a welding mask or we need a hacksaw specifically. Because the regular saws don't do it. Unless I'm mistaken. If I'm mistaken, like, I mean, I'll hold that L, but I don't think I am. Let's see. Because these don't let me use anything but the good tongs. I had iron scrap, but... And I can get a steel chunk or an iron chunk. That's not hard. It's just we can't do it without the good tongs. Once again, a hacksaw. Only a hacksaw. So we've hit another wall. Requiring either a propane torch and a mask or a hacksaw. That's all we got. Well, at least we broke one wall down. I had hopes that we would be able to have more, but that's okay. So are we going back empty-handed? Pretty much. But at least we did manage to see that essentially look how many things you need in order to do blacksmithing currently that I can't there's no feasible way for me to collect those things at the moment. I have propane here too, which is the weird, like, it's I need a mask, I need a torch, I need there's so many things that you need that you just can't produce, right? Those are things that are required. Like, how am I going to go about getting those things? I'd have to loot them, which it's not feasible. Best chance for a propane torch probably would be over in West Point, or, well, arguably McCoy. And that's what we're working towards. We are working towards McCoy. We are slowly and successfully pushing through to Dixie, though. We did make it quite a ways. That's a bit of a disappointment, though. But it is what it is. Oh, I'm going to grab those tarps because we're going to make some water barrels. Okay, 1 second though before we go. I want to check the recipe for the barrels. I also want to bring the sack with me because we need that. So there's certain things that I want to bring with me because, I mean, I can use that for making clay cement. Let's see. Kind of want to bring this book just as an antidepressant. Yeah, so we need to make sure we leave this place with 4 nails. That's part of the reason why I came here in the first place, was to get more nails. But, so we're gonna have to just do it this way instead. Which is annoying, but you know, it is what it is. We need a saw for like most of these things, but there should be a mitful that we don't for. Taking apart the bed is an example of that. nails do I have on my person right now? None. Thought I had one. It's two. I need a total of 4. Yep, good enough. 1 water barrel. Like, we can catch right now 20 liters, but I just want to have extra. Go. Oh, this is the flyer that we were talking about before. No. See, security operator. Because Spiffos has secrets. So they get security. Okay, we'll head back to Dixie now. Another cage trap. Yeah, that did turn out the way I wanted it to, but that's okay.
時間です。利息がつ
Hey.
きます。
You'd help a zombie? I do appreciate that. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. I'm making progress. Right indeed. I appreciate the assistance in helping me with the zombies. Because we're going to be going back to Dixie now. Unfortunately, not empty-handed, but like, I've hit some walls with blacksmithing again. Not just the bag of sand that I need, but now a propane torch or a welding mask. Or alternatively, if I find a hacksaw, then we're good. But, I mean, it needs so much to progress. It's crazy. But I'll do my little intro-y. Yeah, hopefully your stream is good. If you need self-care, make sure to get some. I am gonna be doing the nice long run all the way back to the diner. And hi, by the way, Elm. If I didn't say it, I'm pretty sure I did, but maybe I didn't. I might have missed it. It's kind of cool that we got another cage trap. That's two now. We've foraged. I don't remember where I put the other one. How's my castle in View Rising? It seems decent. I actually have two. I made another one that's specifically for herbs. How goes your playthrough? Is it going well? Thank you for the raid. Do very much appreciate. I'm going to be a champion of running very, very soon.
You're amazing!
Yeah, I just sneezed or something earlier. I must have muted myself. My apologies. It's Tingle though. From The Legend of Zelda is what I said. It's a long walk. But it's okay. I think the funniest thing is actually I'm going to overshoot it and we're going to go all the way to the other area and then we're going to, fish there. Which is just the funniest part about this. Is that we're... Essentially, we made this run twice. It's just funny to me. It's a lengthy run, but it's good. It's good cardio. That's why our running is fair amounts, like level 5 running, nearly level 6 running. Oops. Thank you for the wellness, by the way. Just quickly run in and pet the raccoons on our way by. Just very quickly. Pet the raccoons and then we'll run all the way back. It looks like we came here seeking a job. And today, I would like to put in my resume to work at Spiffos. You never leave the raccoon room, and that is fair. The raccoon room is for happiness. And also maybe raccoon burgers later. But we won't talk about that right now. Okay, that's solid. Age 365 days or more. We only just got the raccoons recently, though. They're not that old. They'd be only like little, like kind of, right? It says the two of them are adults. I don't know how old they are. I'd have to like check them. Can we check their age? I wonder how old they are. What, zombie beef? No, we can't eat zombies. Could you imagine? We contract the Nox virus. There's no way that that cooks out. Especially because some of the folks say that it's that it actually might be in the burgers at Spiffos, right? So in theory, that means that that virus is hardy. It can handle heat. I mean, that is kind of the story. There's ripple of other survivors, like in terms of sort of like the Schrodinger survivors and stuff like that. But the thing is that you wouldn't be the only one. There would be a few. It would be a lot, like, you know, there'd be only a few folks that survive the airborne strain, like airborne strain, because they're asymptomatic, right? That said, though, the second that you get bit or anything, it's over, right? Because you're infected with what I consider the imperfect strain. It's the PZ character initially has the perfect strain. You know, they're essentially granted immortality in an apocalyptic scenario, which is kind of sad, actually, if you really think about it. There'd be a handful of other survivors, though. Doesn't mean you're special, though.
You're amazing.
Which is the whole idea of PZ. Thank you for the follow, by the way. You forgot to follow me when last we spoke. I mean, you found your way back, and that's what matters. It's fine. So long as you find your way here, that's the whole important part, right? Following and going on the social medias and the discords and all that, it helps find when folks go live, especially when they're random like me. I can't adhere to a schedule yet, although I am kind of live in the same time frames. It's just there. You might have streamed Rat Race for 13 hours. That sounds like Rat Race. That sounds like anything that you're having fun in. We found a sack, by the way. We managed to get one, but now we're gated by not having a hacksaw or a propane tank / welding mask. We've hit the new gate. Though if we get either of those things, we should be able to have the bars, thus being able to create the heading tool as well as the pliers required and to make the tongs, to then have a pair of metal tongs, and then that gives us access to a lot more. The luck you're having is insane. That's awesome. Good to hear. Hello. Unfortunately, we recently lost Yuri. I don't know if you've heard. Like Yuri died just recently in his run. He was doing so good. Tis unfortunate. A bunch of goodies. I have all of the blacksmithing recipes. I have a metalworking punch, but I don't have the final pieces that I need to finish it all. But I have 2 sledgehammers and a pickaxe, as well as a sack, and which apparently sacks are rare. I had no idea. I still can't believe that I look at the map. It's just ludicrous. I went from McCoy all the way to the Echo Creek Garden Store, and I checked farmhouses along the way and couldn't get a sack. And then today we get the sack over beside Dixie, because we've made it all the way to Dixie proper, by the way. Like we're all the way down here. So like I can go to the actual town. So we'll be clearing Dixie soon. And then once Dixie's clear, I can set up a little staging ground in Dixie. And we can start making our way over to try and get to McCoy. And then we'll see what we get at McCoy. Because at this point, I have no idea what to expect. I really don't. I am at a complete loss. But yeah, let's get some fish. We'll get some fish, get my weight back up, and just relax for a little bit. I almost got a working car, just need gas. I have gas. I have a hose, and I have the means to power a gas station. But we're not doing it yet, because I know, like, having a car is great. Be warned, having a car is dangerous in the rat race. You can look at Twist on Fire's run just to see that. Just be careful. It's times 10 vehicle engine loudness. Yeah, I'm not going to be starting up a car unless I'm absolutely sure I want zombies to show up. Oh. Right, there we go. McCoy lumber will have 2 logs, some splinters, and a worn axe head. The whole thing? Right? Like the whole, like all of it? That's not very good. Especially given that one of the garden sheds that we looted, one of the farm sheds, and ended up being a survivor farm shed. It had 2 pristine hatchets, a shotgun, a sledgehammer, metalworking punch. It had everything. Or something like that. It was a ludicrous, like I actually marked it on the map as good loot that we can go back and get later, because I couldn't carry it. I didn't have the space. What did you miss? It's been a while. I don't know. It depends on when you were last here. Because it could be as much as I have a VTuber, or as little as the last run that we played died at 26k. So I'd need more context. When were you here last? You give me a month and I can tell you what I was doing. Kinda. I died? What, in the... Yeah, in the rat race? This is my 7th character, or my 3rd actual attempt? I classify them both differently. Um, this is my 3rd attempt, because it's the 3rd attempt that made Breakaway. 7, because 7 total characters. 4 of them died on spawn. What happened to the 26k? I think it should still be under exclamation point last death. Probably. More than likely? Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, that's the last death for sure. Because I didn't count the 1k one because we didn't make it very far with that one. So I was like, eh. That's a pretty no. So I missed the axe animation. Uh, like a swing. I missed an attack, and just failed to connect and died for it. It is a fairly common way to end any run, to be honest. There's a lot of ways that are common, like getting flanked, making some bad choices in direction, like if you choose to like run into an area that's a little bit too hostile. There's a lot. Where's what? That's not right. Let's start doing our exercise because we gotta gain weight again. There we go. That's better. How long do animals last? Everything's bad on the rat race. Not only are animals rare, but they're if you do find them, like I mean, take care of them because they're like for example, I have raccoons over in the Spiffos right now. I gave them food, I gave them water, and now I'm currently over here. I'm gonna be here for a few in-game days, but I'm not gonna like abandon them for months at a time. Like maybe a month. They can survive in that little tiny for a little while because they don't eat that much. There's three raccoons and one rabbit. The rabbit's barely gonna eat anything, and the water in there should be enough to sustain them for a little while. Just so that's all you have to do. And no, zombies cannot attack the animals. It's already been stated that the Nox virus is only for humans. It's not for animals at all. It's not transmissible to animals. You're never ever gonna have a zombie dog unless you do mods. Yeah, the devs have already said they don't want to do that, and that they don't want to do special infected either. They want to keep it like Romero style, kind of like they don't want the zombies to be the way the zombies maintain their something that's kind of cool about this game compared to 7 Days to Die. So comparing these two titles, in 7 Days to Die, eventually you become a superpower hero that can destroy everything and never has to worry about anything ever again, right? Because you can't get infected. Your stats are so high that you can basically like kill everything, no problem. Now, in Zomboid, if you do the same thing, if you have a character that lasts for, let's say, 5 years, right? Your character's going to be really, really strong. They still have their limits, and they can still die in one hit. So it ends up being that because I don't know how what's going on here. How long did it's 5,000 calories and it's just 2 sticks of butter. Alternatively, you can collect canned foods and just gain 5,000 calories that way with the canned foods and the chips and stuff. Essentially, it's 6 bags of chips. Just it's actually it'd be 4 or 5 bags of chips, but you need that extra little bit, right, to crest over. So something like that. Can you die from a scratch? Yes. That's the thing about in Zomboid is that yeah, 1 box of cereal is 3,000. So like 1.5 boxes of cereal. And no, rotten fish don't count as calories because you can't eat them. Like, I mean, you can nibble them slowly, but what I mean to say is that rotten food doesn't count. It has to be calories that you can eat, like all at once, kind of deal. Obviously, so it's already been stated it's not non-perishable because they're unlabeled. Well, then you can't use the unlabeled stuff because you don't know what's in it. It might have nothing in it. Right? It doesn't, obviously. Most of the time it's like corn or something, but it's my point being is that you don't know what's inside, so you can't use it as calories. It's got to be non-perishable. The easiest one is 2 sticks of butter. You go churn yourself 2 sticks of butter, throw the butter in the outpost, and call it done for the calories, anyways. For me, what I plan to do is when looting an entire town, I'm gonna loot canned goods, chips, and stuff like that, and I'll just grab a few bags of chips and throw those there. Because I'm sure that I'll probably find at least, if not dozens, a few, like, some bags of chips. Because the bag of chips is an event spawn. So you can have events where there's parties, And they've got chips, they've got beer, they've got, you know, that kind of stuff. Yeah, you can find animals fairly easily. It's just a matter of knowing where to look. You can find them. And then also, it's about not going too far before you're ready to have the animals. Because if you go on a road and there isn't animals in one of the car crash events, those animals will be alive. So you can go and collect those animals. I can't really do anything with this in-game day. I could do working out, but nah. I just want to fish. I didn't want to deal with it today. Not interested. Sometimes I am. Sometimes I like the fog. And sometimes it's ambiently good. But right now I want to fish. I don't want to run around when it's foggy. Foraging is reduced when it's foggy. Running around is fine, but I need to gain calories right now. We're at 77. I want to gain. So standing still is the best to not. So arguably for that, I should have worked out for the whole day. Like just constantly like doing push-ups or sit-ups or something. Squats. I fight zombies when it's foggy. It's just it varies. Sometimes the fog bothers me, sometimes it doesn't. You know, I like its ambience. Its ambience is great. But yeah, earlier in the stream, I fought zombies in the fog. It's just, it varies. And now there's Zeds everywhere. That happens sometimes. It's good to have a watch bag or some way to control the zombies, but you don't necessarily need it. Because you can just kind of pull the zombies into a pile and yoink them somewhere else. That's what I did with the garden store. Is I fought a handful of them, but most of the zombies I pulled away. Because I just didn't want to deal with them at that time. And in all honesty, I couldn't really deal with them. There was less than 1,000 there, I think. But it's still in the realm of a few hundred. So it would have taken me a couple of in-game days to clear that out completely and in a way that's good. And that's assuming the rest of Echo Creek didn't come down or that surrounding area zombies didn't decide that they wanted to come up. So I really didn't have a spot that I could call my own over there. It's a good example of being able to go anywhere, though. Like, I walked all the way across the map to Echo Creek, and that's just how it goes sometimes. You can get 2 arrows by adding some other things to the fish, but yeah, so you can stockpile butter. That's fair. Part of me still hopes they nerf butter. Not significantly, mind you. Like I mentioned before, all I want is the butter to have the same malus as the other ingredients. I want butter, margarine, vegetable oil, all that stuff to have the same ones as flour and chickpeas, so that people have to put the butter into their meals as opposed to just eating it the raw sticks. You know, walking around with a couple sticks of butter in your pocket. A little bit more interaction with the eating menu. I don't like straight up eating butter. No, I think it's gross. I will put butter on a transfer device or into meals, but I won't eat the stick unless I'm like I've eaten sticks of butter in PZ before, but it's like anytime I go to do that, I think, why are you eating that by itself like it's a chocolate bar? It's not a chocolate bar. It is a stick of butter. You're supposed to eat it in moderation as a spread, not, or like, you know, put it into things. Cook with it. You gotta take small slivers of it? Yeah, but that's not what the PZ character does. They eat it like a chocolate bar. Om nom nom, whole stick of butter in their face. Could you imagine eating a stick of butter like a chocolate bar? It just doesn't sound good. It sounds gross. Yeah, see? Pass. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is it's we're more likely to use a butter transfer device, like a bagel or a slice of bread or a toast. You know, a slice of toast. Like you're not gonna just grab a stick of butter and be like, it's time for my butter. No, no. Or a potato. Yeah, a baked potato. Yeah. They did it to the chickpeas, and you can eat chickpeas by themselves. Like there's snow peas and stuff you can eat that are really great. I know that's not the same, but like it's you know what I mean? They're still there's still some of that stuff though that you can eat and it's good. Or you can make trail mix. That should be a thing in the game. Trail mix. Why is trail mix not available to craft with salt and stuff? Like I would love to be able to be like make trail mix. Like wander around. That reminds me, I'm gonna make trail mix later. Okay. Alrighty, you have yourself a good rest. And luck in the rat race. I hope your luck continues. You know, survive, thrive, and carry forward. Because it's good to hear that some folks are doing well. Oops. Your luck's near its end? Maybe not, though. You might have some, like... I remember something similar, but I'll tell you next time, maybe, if you remind me. You gotta go, right? Ta. Because sometimes it goes for a while. I remember my personal best run was just that. I didn't expect it to go even a quarter of the length that it went. And it just kept going and kept going. It was crazy. And it lasted so long. You had 78. Nearly. I watch it tick up. Exactly 78. I have a handle on my calories. Like, big time. There we go. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, good old-fashioned fish salad, absolutely. It's been good. Today's been solid. I've got to end a little bit earlier today than yesterday, though, because of stuff that I've got to go do, which is important things. But, let's see. What did we manage to accomplish today? We're nearly leveling up on our fitness and our strength, which is good. Light-footed and sneaking and nimble are always all kind of going up as well. We got a sack. That was huge. And we have gasoline, which is amazing. So going forward, we'll be able to very soon consider hooking up a generator and having power. But not yet. Not quite there. Anyways. Unfortunately, like I said, I've got to wrap up a little bit. So, because I've got stuff that I got to go do. But I will be back again probably tomorrow. And that's how it's going to be for a little while. Like, we've got many days of back-to-back streams, which is nice. All right. So I'm going to raid out, and we will see you guys next time. Let's see who's on, who we can raid. Let's see. Oh, we can raid Chili. Chili doing his straight lines of zombies in Riverside. Let's see. There you go. Okay. Wave at Chili for me, and you guys have yourselves a good one. Ta.